We are live. Hello, everybody. It's Wednesday. We're back for another writing session. This time, I am almost certain that I will do what I set out to do in the title. We will officially reveal the villain. We will officially reveal that Ronin is the villain, and the chapter 15 will end there. Now, I did a little bit of extra writing since last time. Well, that was yesterday. I just wanted to make sure that we got to the point. So I wrote until Vespa realized that she had to go down into the well. It wasn't very far. It was like 600-700 words. But I was like 2 pages. Give or take. Okay. Why don't we just jump straight into it, shall we? Oh, I forgot to have this pinned comment here. And pin it. Okay. Hope you guys are ready. So, right. Vespa has been denied. She has been denied entry into the temple by 2 guardsmen, Shad and Otho. She hates Shad and Otho. And then she saw the High Chapiter and Sire Brendan talk to each other. And that's when Vespa realized that, hey, something's wrong here. Or that's when she realized that the Twilight Bell flower was in fact the one she saw down in the cell dungeons, because she realized that she made a bunch of realizations. She realized that I lost my train of thought already. Great start. That she thinks Sire Brendan is going to poison the cup that's going to be used during the Squire baptism ceremony. And then thereby killing pretty much everyone, because the Twilight Spell poison was, of course, the poison that killed Riptide the horse. So, okay, here we are, where we start. Yes. Lemon responded with a few loud whistles, leaving Vespa's one ear momentarily ringing and a flapping of his wings. Ow! I said we were going to do something, Vespa exclaimed. Wind? With a hand to her ear. Wind. Why did I write wind? With a hand to her ear. Before turning back to her narrator's voice. But you are of course right, my brave companion, our heroine proclaimed. That one needs to be double. Our heroine proclaimed. If the evil villain has not yet claimed his deadly poison, we have proclaimed and claimed here. That sounds weird. Proclaimed, claimed. How about no? It is up to us to retrieve and dispose of it. Vespa stood a while in the courtyard, her gauntlet held in a determined fist in front of her. She wasn't actually sure how to retrieve the poison. So, retrieve the poison twice. Sire Brendan would probably have taken measures to make sure Vespa couldn't get the poison after her last visit, when she fell down the well. That is, of course, if he had assumed she explored the corridor, and not just sat crying like a scared little girl, like the scared little girl she sometimes was. Hey, Flame is here. Welcome to the stream, dude. Good to have you. She also wasn't sure how to dispose of the poison if she could get a hold of it. There was no time to plan. There was no time to plan for our brave heroine and his stalwart companion, Vespa finally narrated again. First, they would need to go into the dungeons and then down deep. And then they can do what needs to be done to save everyone. Our brave heroes looked at each other and gave determined nods before moving towards the entrance to the dungeons. And the two did just as Vespa had narrated. The crowd outside seemed to be thinning, making Vespa speed up her trek around the courtyard to the other side of the temple. She went in a big arch away from the great temple doors, as far away as she could from Shaden Otho. But to her big surprise, more guards. More guards were posted outside the entrance to the dungeons as well. Dungeons. Vespa stood for a moment thinking. She didn't think. Stood for a moment thinking. She didn't think. What the fudge? Wow. I just want to note that I wrote this on my own without any pressure of doing it live. And it's terrible. What you doing? Well, Flame, we are progressing wonderfully into our story. And right now I'm just reading to, get into the groove of things. Get my mind back to where we ended up last time. What are you doing? How's the editing going of your novel? Space opera. She didn't think she had ever seen guards posted there. Was it just to stop the villagers from going down to the dungeons? They were all going into the temple though, so that didn't make a whole lot of sense. Did Ty Brendan post in there to stop her from going down into the deep dungeons? Maybe into the deep, just going down. And needed... He did get Shaden Otho to stop her from entering the temple. Vespa couldn't... that was also... twice. It's so terrible what I've written here. Oh my god. Vespa couldn't see exactly who the guards... by the dungeon entrance were, but it didn't matter. She and Lemon were not getting down through there. Something felt so wrong about everything. Vespa had to take another moment to think. How could she get down and get the poison if the dungeon entrance was off limits? Our brave heroine looked to Lemon of the Golden Wing. Vespa's narration was nervous. Well, there is one way down to the evil lair, she said, a hint of fear in her voice. Vespa of the Vigorous Oath didn't really like it, but as the noble spirit had told her... Noble spirit Reinaid? Also... Reinaid... Oops. Didn't really like it, but as the noble spirit had told her, heroes must always do what's right, even if they don't like it. And then we sort of have this time jump thingy. Like it. Now, I think I actually want to have a new chapter here when I get to the revision, when I get to the editing process. Flame says, as slog as always. Ooh. But you're doing it and you're progressing, so it might be a slog, but you're getting there, and that's good, of course. Oops. Okay. As Shiva ran down. We're off. Shiva ran down. Vespa spine as she she ran down Vespa's spine as she and Lemon sat on the cold, despite it being summer. Stone well. In Black Rivers keeps caught. Black Rivers reverse. No. Black Rivers keeps courtyard. I'm not sure that I need to say that again. I don't think we do need it. I think not. Also, I don't remember having this much comments from myself in half a page. Ugh. It's terrible. Oh well. The Spirit Sons absence of light. Does that make sense? I want to say the Spirit Sons, like, not absence of light, but it wasn't as much light as usual. Spirit Sun's absence of the normal amount of light. Doesn't make any sense. Spirit Sun's absence of light. Maybe we go to the Thesaurus. Absence. Lack. Shortage. Lack of light might be a good one, actually. But it's not without it. It's just less intense. Maybe we can say that the Spiriton's light being less intense. Really made today feel more like autumn. Or early winter. Early winter. Now, I don't know if we're gonna say autumn or not. Especially when it came to heat. I'm not happy, especially when it came to heat. Maybe also rewrite sentence, please. It also didn't help. It also didn't help with the pair's vision. The well looked even deeper. The well looked even more black, even deeper black than normal. Then normal. Cheers. Okay, I'm feeling really uninspired right now. Like I don't really have a flow at all. Like I keep making weird sentences. And you know, there might be something to it with all the comments that we have in half a page. Oh well, I guess we just gotta push through it. Feeling uninspired, gotta push through. Down the well looked even deeper the black than normal. I think that makes more sense. Down the well. I like that more. Or maybe that was just Vespa's fear talking. Vespa's fear playing tricks. On her. Yeah, okay. So in order to drown that out, order to drown that out, she turned to her narration. But what did she say in the narration? I don't know why. Maybe I'm a little flustered. Oh, my speaker is going to make noises soon. 1 second. It needs power. Maybe I'm a little flustered about how far I am into the book, and I am just like on the verge of the ending, right? I'm nervous because of it. Maybe. Again, I guess there's nothing other we can do than push through. The great beast is asleep. Lemon of the golden wing. Oh, she's going to say that we can safely climb down its throat to the evil villain's lair. Lemon responded. Oops. Responded. No. Responded. Lemon responded with a couple of chirps that to Vespa sounded almost as nervous as she was. Sounded almost as nervous as she was. Fear not, my brave companion. Vespa of the vigorous both is said to instill what's the opposite of maybe it's bravery. Instill bravery. in the heart of both of them. Vespa attempted for her narration to sound as confidently as she could. Sound as confidently she could. Though she wasn't sure. She wasn't exactly sure if it worked. She wasn't exactly sure if it worked or not. This was a well after all. Whoops. Keep hitting my stuff. Hey, look at how close we are to finishing page 218. The more she looked down the well, the more she looked down the well, the more dizzy she suddenly started to feel. Wells really were the worst, thing she knew. Our brave heroine and her mighty companion took a last look around the keep to make sure no one saw them. To make sure that no one saw them. Vespa continued and did as she said. Did exactly as she said. She narrated. Everyone still seemed focused, is the word I'm looking for. Focused on getting the last crowd into the temple. So that the ceremony could begin. With no one around, with no one's attention, being on the open mouth of the giant beast. Hey, there it was, page 118 done. New page hype. Let's go. So we say page 218, page 219. Woo! Let's freaking go. Giant mouth of the giant. Vespa of the vigorous. Of the vigorous. Vigorous oath. And lemon of the golden wing. Would not have problems. Would not have problems. With anyone getting in the way of saving the day, getting in the way of them saving the day. Vespa could feel she was stalling. Vespa knew that she was stalling, buying time. Stalling. Her heart was beating fast. But now she couldn't think of anything more. She couldn't think of anything more to add to her story narration. To a story narration. Only one thing was left. And that was to actually climb down into the dreadful well, into that dreadful well. she took another look. Down to locate these steps. Drilled? Steps drilled? No. Drilled, they were carved. Carved into the side, into the stone. Those steps she had seen. Steps she had noticed. When those steps she had noticed when oh, the music is actually quite heroic and tense. Yay, works so well with right now. When she was trapped. Down there with no way out. When she thought she was trapped down there with no way out. Okay, and then just check if true, because I don't remember if that was the sequence I wrote. Trapped down there with no way out. It was difficult. In the unusually low light. Unusually. Low light provided by the spirit sons. Provided. The two suns eclipse. Two suns. Two suns. Two suns eclipse was almost complete in the sky. High up in the sky, high up in the sky. But Vespa finally saw it. Vespa finally found the first step. The first step. Okay, good news. We are ahead of schedule by 10 minutes, ahead of pace. That's nice. That's very nice. Very, very nice. I might even get to keep what I promised with the title of the... that we will reveal the Ronin's the villain officially. Well, almost. I guess this is the line, so a couple lines more, then we're there. The step didn't look like more than a mere shadow. A mere shadow. On the inside of the wells, black stones. But Vespa was pretty sure. Vespa was pretty sure. That it was the first step. Was the first one. That I believe was first page of the day. 5 minutes ahead of schedule. 5 minutes ahead of pace. Woo! Let's go. It was longer down than she had originally thought it would be. And at first, Vespa was unsure. If she could even reach. If her tiny body could even reach. But it was the only option. It was the only option. The two had left. And so, with a heavy breath, that's a heavy breath. Sounds like she's more sounds like she's out of breath, doesn't it? And not like she is inhaling a lot of air. Heavy breath. Yeah, hyperventilating. Deep breath. It's just deep breath. What? And so with a deep breath, don't overcomplicate things. But seriously, that wasn't even on my mind. Deep breath. Vespa turned around and what did she do? Vespa turned around. Vespa turned around and slowly lowered her feet down into the well. She made sure to have a good grip of the well stones, Vespa's boots. Searched and searched. Fine boots. What are fine boots? What are fine boots? Fine boots. In medieval times. Medieval times. Searched and searched. For the carved step. Slowly lowering. Herself even more. As it didn't yield much result. As the search didn't yield much result. Hey, Miss Blogger is here. What's up? How are you doing? How are you doing with your fiction, fantasy, contemporary, paranormal romance? I hope it's going well with it. I think I'm doing well here, quite well here. Result. feel like that can be rephrased. Rephrase. Just something telling me that I can. Maybe it's just because it's bad writing. Who knows? It didn't take long. For Vespa. To hang. To hang fully stretched out. Fully stretched out in the well. Well, well, well. Oh my god, why didn't I change? I should have changed the title of the live stream to well, well, well. Dang it. Well, I guess the, it's more intriguing to say revealing the villain. Only clinging on. With the fingers, and no, only with the fingers of both of her hands. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense. Gauntlet wearing, or I kind of just wanted to reiterate that she's wearing her gauntlet. Gauntlet wearing or not. Maybe the... Hey, Amaki Miko is here. What's up? Yo, welcome to the stream, dude. Hope you're doing well. I hope your exams went well. Maybe. Maybe it wasn't carved step that she had found, that she saw. Vespa thought growing more and more nervous, growing more and more nervous. Could she even get up from here? If she wanted to. Miko saying, yeah, physics and chemistry happened. They were good. Now next is math. Okay, congratulations. Oh no, not math. I haven't had physics and chemistry and math since high school. Oh. I remember having to do my chemistry exam with an eye infection. That was fun. And then for my physics exam, I had to explain a phenomenon that I hadn't been taught because there was a mix-up with the different assignments, and I accidentally pulled one that was supposed to be for the level above my level that I was at the exam in, and that apparently didn't factor into my grade. That was great fun. Math is best, chemistry is shit. Math over chemistry any time. Oh, okay. I don't know, I'm okay with them. I'm just not I'm not super good with it either, but I think it's fascinating. I can still find it fascinating. Pearls of sweat. We're forming around. Vespa's face. More so because of the fact, more so because of the fact also because of the fact that she was unable to find the step, unable to find the step. Then her strength failing. Let's remember, she is very strong. But still, the search with her feet continued. With her feet Continued. Because I love the way everything... Physics is most fascinating. I love the way everything works in it. Yeah. I mean, physics is pretty much trying to explain everything, right? That's very cool. But it is indeed very good to hear that your exams went great. Look at how close we are to ending page 219, which means go into 220 soon. Yes. More and more restless? No. Growing more and more. Growing more. Growing more and more. Not unruly. No. Wild. Rowdy. Noisy. Tough. Clamorous. Frantic. That's the word we're looking for. Growing more and more frantic. As time went on. Vespa wished that she had Lemon's wings right now. Lemon's wings right now. Oops. Then she could just let go. She could just let go. And slowly fly. Down to this beach. To the sandy beach. And into the corridor. without any issue whatsoever. Without any issue. Whatsoever. But Vespa didn't have wings. Do I need to say that Lemon is sitting on the head? Yes, he always is. She always is. He always is. We don't know if it's a she yet. If she let go now, she would just fall once again. She would just fall once again. And Vespa was really hoping that wouldn't happen again. That wouldn't happen again. And then we're going to stop that one there. Hey, that was indeed page 219. Let's go. Whoop, whoop. $220. Yes. Shoink. Oh boy. Let's check something. Okay. Q. Then finally Vespa's right foot were found what she was so desperately searching for. She was so desperately searching for the step, the carved step. Vespa breathed a sigh of relief. A sigh of relief. As she lowered herself slightly more. Okay, so I just had this thought. If she should fall into the well again. Because if she can barely reach and this is the first step, she's going to have to like let go and then try to grab onto the steps with her hands. I don't know. I don't know. It could be kind of funny to have her actually fall down again. Because, I mean, she's going to survive, right? We have spent soon 2 pages on her trying to get down. And then all that effort is just sort of wasted. She might as well have jumped. That could honestly be kind of funny. Slightly more to make her foot to get her foot well into it. Well, maybe not the word well, really. Maybe the word well, I don't know. It's a bit funny to use the word well when she's in a well. It's a wellception, if you might. To make her foot, to get her foot well into it. And now as soon as she did, however, I think I want her to fall again. I mean, that's just her thing. She falls into everything. That's just the way Vespa does things. She falls into them. And yeah, I think I want to have it happen again. The next problem. arose How was she supposed? How was she supposed to do this? To grab the step with either of her hands. With either of her hands. She was already stretching herself as much as she could, stretching herself as much as she could. She could manage. Menage. Her fingers barely hanging on, with the outer barely hanging on with the tip of her fingers. Barely hanging on with the tip of her fingers. With the tips of her fingers. And if the step that she found was the first one, how could she manage? How could she ever hope to reach it? Vespa groaned. From the strain. the strain. That was starting to build up. Starting to build up. Lemons encouraging chirps. Lemons encouraging chirps from the top of a head. Didn't help. Help her as much as they were intended. Intended. Ooh. I lost my train of thought. Not right now. Lemon. Vespa said through gritted teeth. Desperately. Damn it. Is it desperately or desperately? This is not the first time I've asked that. It's with E. Good. Desperate Housewives. Okay. So I was correct. The second time. Desperately. Trying to figure out some sort of solution. Nothing came to mind. No matter how hard she tried. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Matter how hard she tried. Let me just check some things actually. I don't need you guys to see. No matter how hard you tried. Lemon gave Vespa a couple of his loud screeches. Couple of his loud screeches. Accompanied by flapping of wings. I don't know what I was writing there. Accompanied by flapping of wings. I swear, my F's have started to look like E's, and I don't know why. Wings. You would think, and I know I've said this before, you would think the more you write, the better you get at it. But no, that's just not happening here. by flapping of wings. Without taking off. Without taking off. From her hair. Her ruby hair. Vespa took it as a sign, as the bird, the yellow bird, trying to hurry her along, trying to hurry her along. I know we don't the time she had a little trouble. She had some trouble forming complete sentences. Her sentences as she was hanging there. Clinging to the black stones and steps. Clinging to the black stones. I don't know how to another groan ended that particular sentence. We already wrote sentence up there. Up here. At least we don't have that many, haven't had that many, well, obvious comments as we did on this page. That was terrible. It's almost more pencil writing than it is ink writing. Okay. What? Let's have. What's going on over there? Let's have either Shad or Otho come now that we have introduced them. Might as well use them, right? Well, they're going to get beaten up later, but let's just use them here. So they would make Vespa lose her grip and she would fall down. I think that can work. Infinity Cute is in the chat saying hi. Hi Infinity Cute, how are you doing? Welcome to a nice Writing Wednesday. Maybe I should call it Writing Wednesdays, but then again, I also write on Mondays. And actually, I kind of want to write on Sunday as well, just to see. Because yeah, I was sitting last Sunday in the evening and I didn't have anything to do. And I thought, why not stream live? Also, looks like my green screen was actually a little off there. I'm good, says Infinity Cute. Nice. Nice. Are you, I don't remember if you've been in the chat before. If you're new, welcome. If you have, then I'm sorry for not remembering you. I just wanted to know if you were a writer as well. Chats. Gruff. Voice. Sounded. Sounded from somewhere over the rainbow. No. In the courtyard. That was probably the one thing Vespa didn't need. Right now. A fucking chat caught her. She might as well. She might as well say goodbye to every one of the paladins, every one of The paladins that she knew. They were all going to die. And Vespa couldn't save them because of her tiny body, tiny stupid body. Maybe that should be a plot point as well, actually. That she doesn't like herself being so small in comparison to the humans. That could actually work quite well, I think. Actually, let's write that in here. Write it as the subplot. New coming to terms with her size. Then we're down here. Oops, you couldn't see that. I was just going down to chapter 15 in my chapter overview. And Vespa would have been unable to do anything because of her small size. Make plot point. Make plot point. She couldn't let that happen. She couldn't let that happen. But at the same time, she still had no solution for her current predicament. She still had no solution for her current situation. That's an O. Okay, so now we want her to fall. How do we want to say that? How do we want to say that? It could be sort of like a little bit of a throwaway line. Just stating that she falls down. That could be kind of funny. And then do the, we did that. This was really hoping that it wouldn't happen. Full stop. Again, full stop. Yeah, actually, I like that. I quite like that. So that would be something. However, in the end, Vespa didn't need to worry so much as she was desperately, frantically searching her mind, searching her brain. Mind? Do you mind? Searching her brain for ideas, any ideas. Any ideas. Her finger slipped. First, her gauntlet wearing hand let go. Gauntlet wearing hand let go of the well stone. Well. Then her right. And Vespa, with nothing more, with nothing more than a surprised expression, surprised expression and a small yellow bird. Diving after her. Fell into the darkness. Again. Bonk. Okay, so I'm not gonna end the chapter here because we want to end the chapter with the villain being revealed, Ronin. But I'm going to use one of those time skips thingies, or maybe just. Yeah, I am going to use one of those time skips. It's not a huge time skip, so just a single star. I don't know. I don't know if I actually have any framework for that. But whatever. Vespa hit the water with a big splash. Big splash. But seeing as it was, hey, there we have it. Page 120 is done. That means 121 new page hype. Whoop whoop. $121. Here we have it. But seeing as it wasn't her first time, or as it was basically routine now. I think it's probably better, given how this is a book for children. I need to remember that. Well, tweens. Probably need to lay back on the big words. Just a little bit. But this wasn't her first time. Vespa managed to keep her cool a little bit better. And swam to where? The sandy beach. To where she knew sandy beach was. While everything the sand, the water, and the cave walls and the cave walls were black. Here in the well, here in the well. The sun's above. No. The sun's above did shine more light down here than last time. Making everything a little less scary. Making everything a little less scary. It is getting rather late here. It's 10:15 here in Denmark. Well, you got what you wanted. Vespa thought as she crawled to the beach, crawled onto the sand, onto the beach. With heavy breath. To the dark beach. Dark. Yeah. Screech, screech. The loud the loud what? The loud bird came flapping. And landed on Vespa's back. It was maybe more of a crash. It was maybe more of a crash. Did my writing suddenly become really, really small? More a crash than a landing in the very low light. But Lemon was ecstatic. Ecstatic, that's not how you spell that. Ecstatic. Static. That he had found her. His chirps and screeches his chirps and screeches, echoed through the well cavern, the well cave. Okay, good news is that we're actually half an hour once we get here. We're actually like half an hour ahead of pace right now. Yeah, because that's 3 pages today, and we've only been streaming for 2 hours and 24-ish minutes right now. So that's pretty good. And I do think I will continue until Ronin is revealed as the villain. Hopefully it won't take too long. It shouldn't, at least. When did we start chapter 15, by the way? Started it on 208 and now 221. Though of course we might start chapter 16 here. At some point, whatever. Well, that's not going to be until the revision, at least. Out, I guess. I'm okay. I'm okay. Vespa huffed. Trying to catch her breath. Trying to catch her breath. Don't. Lemon. Shh. We can't alert anyone up there. Anyone up there. Shad might hear you. Lemon stopped screeching. Stopped screeching. Immediately. turning his excitement to low trills. Simon to low trills. I do believe. Oh, okay. This line is the third page of the day. Whoop whoop. Let's go. Vespa couldn't help but wonder at times like these, at times such as this, if Lemon truly did understand her, truly did understand her, it surely felt like that. Surely. Surely felt like that. Damn it. She thought as she stood up. Her companion climbing to her shoulders as she rised. As she rose. Rised? I don't actually know. Maybe it is rised. Just like her, Vespa noticed that Lemon's breath was also heaving, also his little chest rapidly moving up and down. Not actually sure if that's what it does. I think this needs to be rephrased. Let's have a reiterate. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Vespa reassured. Vespa reassured. Besides that being the most terrible S I have ever made, I feel like there's 2 R's in reassure. Reassure. There aren't. Good. Good to know. It wasn't long, however, before the fear and anxiety of once again being down a... Do we have any? No. I feel like it would be a good, like, it's been so long since I updated this. Let me just find that actually. Have it. Oh. Common sayings. If we have any curses, that's what I wanted. Go to hell. Fuck me. Strong. Being down a well again. Tears were suddenly on their way to but Vespa fought with everything she had, everything she got against them. There wasn't time. Everyone depended on her. And in the end, she won. And the tears receded. No time. Vespa took a deep breath. Another deep breath. And tried not to think too hard on the fact that she was in a well all alone, except for Lemon, of course. Okay. Vespa stopped herself. Oh, what's that word? Clearing her throat. Clearing her throat. before continuing, in her narrator's voice. I kind of like, it just occurred to me because I want Vespa to throughout the book she has used her Vespa of the Vigorous Oath persona as a way of moving her fears aside, right? And sort of taking a step back from everything, pretending that she's not really there. She's not really, it's not really her. And I sort of always wanted her to transition away from that. I really liked that trait of her, that she has this imagination and she narrates her own adventures and all that, but I want her to end the book by doing things without it, right? And it just occurred to me that this was actually a pretty good way of at least starting that transition. That, oh, she was actually about to just use her own person. I mean, our two brave heroes Vespa of the Vigorous Oath and Lemon of the Golden Wing. It's actually a really good soundtrack right now. We're once again inside the belly of the beast. The belly, which I actually think this music is called Belly of the Beast. Of the giant beast. Oops. Now, they only needed to gather their strength. Strength. And locate the corridor. To the villain's evil lair. Evil lair. Come. Brave Lemon. Brave Lemon of the Golden Wing. Vespa of the Vigorous Oath. Vigorous Oath. Said with an inspiring voice. Said with an inspiring voice. Let us go and save the innocents from a terrible fate. Time is of the essence. Oh, we're so close to ending page 221. Honestly, we're so far ahead of pace that... Well, we're not almost going to hit 4 pages as at 3 hours, but it's close. Honestly, it's pretty close. Whoops, I forgot about the sometimes before 2 hours and 49. Vespa transitioning from her voice, transitioning away from her persona. With the help of Vespa of the... It's gonna be a lot of Vespas here of the Vigorous Oath. Vigorous Oath. Vespa had no trouble. Getting his shit together. Had no trouble moving towards and into the corridor. If anyone could do it, if anyone could save the day, it was her. Okay, so I quite like that sentence actually. If anyone could save the day, it was her. Like, we don't know whether she refers to her persona or herself. Honestly, I quite like that. I'm very fond of that actually. And with it, that was also page 221. Oh my goodness. I don't remember the last time I've written 3 new numbers. 4 new numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4 new numbers. 222. Woo! I guess we're gonna have one of these. Like, that's not gonna happen a lot in the corridor. Light from the deep dungeon. Made it easy to navigate through the water carved. I don't know, maybe we shouldn't say water carved, just carved. Maybe not. Maybe not. Through the carved carved corridor. Vespa's eyes having settled? No, not settled. Having acclimated, but not acclimated. Acclimated. Adapted. Adjusted, I think that's the word we're looking for. Adjusted. Adjusted. Well, to the low torchlight. Actually, having adjusted well already. Let's just go with that. Already. Boop. Then maybe torch here. Torchlight from the deep dungeon. There was also no water. Neither there nor inside the cell. Let's go with little to no water inside the cell. That she entered through. That she entered through. Vespa was pleased. She would have had a much harder time, would have had a much harder time getting away with the poison. If she would have been in water to her shoulders, would have been in water to her shoulders, been in water to her shoulders. Hey! Oh, how many Olos is that? Olo lie. Welcome to the stream. It's so good to see writers do writing on paper. Well, I think so too. And I'm happy that you noticed and that you appreciate it. It feels so great to do it on paper. I suppose that you're also a longhand writer. You're very, very welcome on my channel then. Well, you're welcome on my channel no matter what, but it's very nice to hear someone who also likes longhand writing. I take it that you're also a writer? Lemon gave another inquiring. Inquiring tweet. But Vespa promptly shut it down. Shut it down with a shh and a finger across her lips, across her mouth. Hey! Olololai says, I'm also riding with the Lammy Safari. Feels so good in hand. Yes! Lammy Safari warriors unite! Woo! Oh, that's so good. Cool to hear. So fun. So what are you riding? If I may be so bold to ask. Lemon. He didn't reciprocate. He immediately did as he was told. Lemon heeded her her warning? No, not her warning. Heeded her request. Let's go with that. Honestly, we almost did 4 pages in 3 hours today. This has been so productive. We're like a couple of lines away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines away. We just hit the 3 hour mark. Okay. I am going to continue until we reveal the villain. I said I wanted to, and I am. See if we're gonna be here another hour. I don't think so, but Vespa tried to make as little noise as possible. Since she didn't know, whether Sire Brendan was already down here. Down here or not. The bard cell door was still open. The bard cell door was still open. Even open enough that Vespa could squeeze. Squeeze her small body. Actually, it could body through without even having to move it. But first she made sure that nothing but low water puddles and fallen stones and debris was in the cell block chamber. Was in the cell block. Sneaking across. Sneaking across. Yeah. Sneaking across to the expanded cell. With the temple. No, the table. And all the weird glass equipment. Vespa made sure not to step in any of the water and being on high alert. Made sure not to step in any water. While being on high alert. Lemon followed suit from his shoulder. From her shoulder. Having lowered his body. Having lowered his own body. His own body. As if he was sneaking himself. If he was also indeed sneaking. Sneaking. That was a terrible K. I can't. No. I have to rewrite that. That looked too terrible. That also looked terrible. God damn it. Also, we have sneaking twice now here. That ain't so good. The door to the expanded cell. To the expanded cell. Was open wide. Vespa and Lemon with an N. Both held their breath. as they peaked, slowly peeked inside. No one was in there either. Were they too late? Had Sire Brendan already been down here? Already been down here to get the poison? Or maybe he had finished a long time, many days ago. Maybe he had finished it many days ago. Many days ago. And Vespa had come all this way. All this way for nothing. They walked inside. Oh. What subgenre of fantasy are you writing? Ololol, I asked. Well, it's high fantasy. And this particular book that I'm writing is intended for tweens, early teenagers. The main character is a 12-year-old girl. So, but yeah, high fantasy, nothing too fancy. I think it's in my own universe that I am creating. I'm very excited about that. So that's nice. Are you also writing fantasy? The pair walked inside. Inside the cell. The pair walked inside the cell. No need for sneaking anymore. But they might as well check to make sure. Might as well check to make sure. Olololai says, yes, I dabble in dark fairy tale fantasy for older readers. Okay, that sounds interesting. So, yeah, dark fairy. I guess a lot of the actual fairy tales, like Brothers Grimm and such, they were actually quite dark. before they got, turned into children's stories. But when you say dark fairy tale fantasy, do you have any point of reference? Or what does the genre entail? I mean, it sounds cool. Just dark fairy tale. It sounds really cool. It sounds like... it sounds like that Alice in Wonderland game that was like, it's like 10, 15 years old or something. Yes, I am quite old. Or maybe even Little Nightmares. I guess that was a horror game. I don't know why I'm relating it to games when it's books. Alice Madness Returns. Yes, exactly. That was what it was called. Good to know. I'm not the only one who remembers niche titles from years ago that I didn't even play. Make sure to look around before moving back up. Vespa frowned as she noticed, the weapons missing. From the far corner. From the far corner. Strange. Actually, strange is going to be cursive. Strange, she thought. She would have liked to investigate them further. She would have liked to get a better look at them, to get a better look at them. But now wasn't the time anyway. Wasn't the time anyway. Sorry to disrupt your writing again. No, that's totally fine. But I love the names. Vespa and Lemon. Are they nicknames or actual names of the characters? It's totally fine that you interrupt. I love to chat with you guys, with anyone. Vespa is her nickname. She is called Vesperu, which in my world is like divine or blessed language for evening. The whole book, the whole trilogy is going to be called the Eveningsun Trilogy. Lemon is the name of her pet bird. Her small yellow pet bird. And she likes lemon cakes. It's a little reference to George R. R. Martin and Game of Thrones. So of course, that had to be named Lemon as well. And also, I had a bird, a budgie, a yellow budgie called, well, she was called Citron, which is Danish for lemon. So there you have it. It's a nickname, a shortening of her actual name, Vespa, and then Lemon is the actual name of the bird. And thank you for liking the names. It makes me happy. But now it wasn't the time anyway. Vespa placed her gauntlet wearing hand on the chair and climbed. Okay, that was a bit of a weird sentence. Weird. And climbed on top of it. Standing up, she saw that the table had been more or less cleared. The many scattered papers oh, so you're Danish writing in English? Yes, I am. I found that English is a much richer language than Danish is, so it makes for a much nicer flow, at least for the first draft. And then what I do, and what I found really helpful for me, is that I translate it back to Danish myself. It started as a way to, for my family members who wasn't really that proficient in English. But I found that when I do that, because Danish is a much poorer language, I have to sometimes be more precise and say things differently. And sometimes I find new ways of describing things that works better even in English, which is quite fun. So yes, I am Danish writing in English, as weird as it is. And part of my revision process is then to translate everything. So I do all the work 3 times. I first write it by hand, then I revise it as I type, digitize everything, and then I translate everything into Danish. But it's fun. I learn a lot from it, and that's the point. That's so good. I love it. There are many scattered papers were gone, and so was the dried flower. The twilight spell. And the weird looking glasses. Weird looking glasses and stands. had been pushed up against the wall. Had been pushed up against the wall. Miss Blogger is asking, are you a plotter, a pantser, or a planter? A planter. I am very much a plotter, an outliner. And I'll show you with this document that I have here. It is my chapter overview document where I have put the main plot, the subplot, and then I have for each of the chapters what I need to introduce, how the main plot needs to go, and the subplots likewise. And then I have it how I correlate that with the hero's journey, which I'm using quite rigidly, that's the word, quite rigidly. It's my first book, so I figured it was nice to have a template to lean against. And then I have what the tension should probably be in accordance to the 3-act story structure. So I am a proud outliner, as you can probably see here. Let's just have that. Maybe that can be a little fun short form video if I ever make that again. Plotter or pantser, including chapter overview. Okay, I swear we're soon there, guys. We're soon revealing the villain. It's right around the corner. Sadly, it looked as if our heroes were indeed too late. Vespa began narrating. Unable to hide her disappointment in her face. Hey, that was page 222. New page hype. Whoop whoop. Seriously, it's gotta be November when we last did 5 page numbers. Miss Blogger said, have you ever watched Abby Emmons' writing advice video? Oh, you linked that to me. I was meant to watch it. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, Miss Blogger. Her advice works for any genre you're writing. Yes, I'll totally do that tomorrow, I promise. I have it on my my watch list, my watch playlist, watch later playlist, whatever. Miko says, try Bookfox once. John is really good. Abby's advice is good too, though. Bookfox. Okay. Let's just save that. Book Fox. I like Jet Hearn. Oh, I've seen him. I've watched him. Yeah, he's really good as well. Another YouTube recommendation. Let's just go with Abby Emmons first. Have her this pulled up here, and then if you guys want to dive into fantasy, then Jet Hearn is really great. I can totally I watched a bunch of his videos. I can totally recommend it. Or of course there is Brandon Sanderson's writing lectures. Yeah, I watched Book Fox too. He's good though. Yeah. I mean, if Abby Emmons is anything like those two, then I'm definitely gonna start watching her stuff as well. Lemon chimed in with an equally disappointed tweet. But just as Vespa was about to jump down from the chair, a tiny purple color caught, oh my god, caught her eyes, copper eyes. Miko says, John's my favorite, to be honest. He's really good with it, and all his videos are straight to the point and just easy to understand with the examples. Nice. Abby Emmons, Miss Blogger says Abby Emmons uses the psychology of storytelling to help writers transform their ideas into masterpieces. Ooh, we like that. We like both of those things. Thank you for the recommendation, guys. I actually forgot about that Book Fox fella, because I've watched some of his videos and they were really good. I'm a psychology student. Of course, Abby uses amazing methods too. I got to know her first, to be honest, even before seeing Book Fox. Abby and Buzz are both amazingly good. Nice. Right there, in the middle of the table, Vespa was unsure how she didn't notice it, just lampshading the fact that she missed it, unsure how she missed it. A little vial of purple. I can't spell purple now. Purple liquid. Little vial of purple liquid. Was lying. Was lying. Miko says, but remember to not always listen to advice of others. Not all advices are meant for your story. Sometimes it's all about your own heart and what you want with the story. That is so true. It's actually also... I recently started watching Brandon Sanderson's writing lectures for something. Something other than just my own writing. And the first advice he gives is exactly that, Miko. It's not all advice are good advice, and you need, through writing, through learning about yourself and your process, you need to know what advice works for you, for your story. Miko says, before I was so focused on everyone's advice, but it took me time to realize some stories are never meant to follow the traditional rules. Of course. And again, it is just like, you need to know what works for you. Miss Blogger says, Abby's motto, story is not about what happens, it's about what happens affects, how what happens affects and transforms the characters. Don't let the characters be a punching bag for the plot. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. That is a little bit to think about, because maybe Vespa is a little bit of a punching bag, but I sort of have tried to make her this brave girl who ends up saving the day. Okay, that's something to think about. Very interesting. I don't know if this is actually supposed to be laying. I don't think so, but... Miko says, Blogger, don't worry, I love Abby too. Her motto is absolutely correct, just like our real life. We change things in our life with our decisions, and not the decision changes us. But sometimes things happen. Exactly. I think it's really nice. One of the good advices from the writers of South Park regarding a story is not to have then this thing happened because this happened, but to always say, but then. So something happens, but then this happens, which means this happens, but then this happens. I think it's a pretty good way of looking at it. Yeah, nothing is fixed as long as you know how to make the story live. It's true. But you know, it takes practice, which is what I'm doing. What is your character's internal conflict? Like desire versus fear? Vespa has an internal conflict in that she wants to be a paladin, but she does not know how to use their magic. And so she has a fear that she can't actually ever become that. And then of course, throughout the trilogy is going to end with her becoming like the grand protector of the paladins. But I think that's a pretty central conflict that I have, that she's afraid. And she wants to be a hero. She wants to be a hero so bad that she's a little bit of a girl cried wolf character. Which I quite like. Quite enjoyed it. Okay, let's try to finish this. But look, Vespa's narration went on. Narration went on. After all the trials and tribulation. It's probably not a word I should use here. Tribulation. Okay, so that's just... Let's go with troubles. All the trials and troubles. Vespa of the vigorous oath could finally save the many innocent lives once again. Rejoicing all of the lands. That sounds a bit weird. Weird? Vespa couldn't help but finally break a smile. Finally break a smile as she very carefully picked up the small purple vial. She studied it with a curious eye. With a curious eye. Miko says, my character's conflicted by desire of revenge, the fear of accepting what she was responsible for her daughter's death. Oh, which leads to her killing 2 innocent lives. Anchored herself ended by a blind woman, never knowing how her daughter truly died. Okay, that's pretty dark, Miko. That's really dark. God dang. Okay. Miss Blogger, have you ever watched Patrick Walsh's writing advice videos? Maybe we have to have a look at him as well. It's probably that. Is it that guy? No, it's probably not that guy. It's probably that guy. Cool. He is noted. Oh my god, I'm gonna have so many videos I need to watch. I'm never going to be able to write again because I have to watch all that, all those recommendations. How can such a tiny thing be meant to kill all those paladins. She thought. How strong is poison from the Twilight spell? Twilight spell. Exactly. Oh no. So that's like this. She would have to ask Tabitha Bragi that. She would have to ask Tabitha Bragi that some time. Mika said, well, I want the story to represent how incomplete information gets you fucked up. And some even with the whole information gets yet always chooses the most effed up way to end themselves. Moral of the story is she was so focused on trying not to take the blame that she destroyed someone else's story. It's very dark. I gotta say, it's very, very dark. Not that it's bad. No. It sounds intriguing. Very intriguing. But very dark. Yeah. Okay, and this, dear viewer, dear guys, this is what we have all been waiting for. I actually ended up writing another hour. That I was not supposed to do that. Oh well. But here it is. What are you doing? An angry voice sounded from the cell door. You're not supposed to be here. Down here. Vespa turned around. Turned around in shock. Right there. In the cell door. Whoops. It's written twice. Right there in the cell door. dressed in a blue hooded cape. Dressed in a blue hooded cape. Was Squire Ronin. Dun dun dun. And that was chapter 15, maybe 16 in the revision. But now that means we're moving along to 16. Whoops. Well done. Oh, that looked terribly. 16. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now just the first word is what we need. Let's go with the anger. And stop right there in the middle of the word because we're going to end the live stream here. Miko asked, by the way, you don't write in first person or just prefer third person limited? I much prefer third person limited. I like to have to sprinkle thoughts in sometime, like we did here. Oops, you couldn't see that here. But yeah, third person is my way. I have written one short story, which is up on my website, forgottensongsfantasy.com, that is from a first person point of view and using the personal pronoun, which was exceptionally weird, but also very interesting to try. So maybe go read that if you want. I thought it was really good. Okay, we actually managed to do 5 pages in 4 hours today. I don't think I've done that since we did the November challenge. Look, it's like around here. So let's bring out the master sword of counting and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So line 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So this line here is 5 pages. 5 pages and 3 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pages and 3 lines is what we managed to do today. Let's go in here. Miko asked, how do you do third person? I can't do it. I've tried it, but I just can't. I don't know. It just sort of comes much more naturally to me. Maybe it's because every fantasy book I've written has always been in third person. I've ever read, not written. It's always, yeah, probably that. I don't think about it a lot, actually. I just like, it's sort of just a natural way to go. Kinda can't explain it. If that makes sense. So we take this here, we put 5 pages, and did I say 3? Just need to make sure that we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Yes. 3 lines. That means we, oh no. That means we almost wrote 2,000 words today, guys. Boom! And we're at 82,695 words-ish. So I will go in here and I will update that. 82,695. Yeah, we need to move the 85,000 goal counter. That is like right there. Okay, so the progress bar. No, that one. That needs to go to. Oh, will you look at that? What progress today? Oh, this felt great. And I did what I set out to do. Needs to go to 51. Yeah. Like that. And then we go here. And then we go there. And then we go here. Crazy progress. Very well done. Thank you so much, you guys. Miko says congratulations and good night. You also said I don't read much of fantasy or any books, more of a comic reader, but I can only do first person. Well, because of, like acting of characters. Ah, interesting. Maybe that's because of the comics, that you sort of visualize it like that, like it's acting. That's very cool, actually. And also, good night, Miko. And yes, we did so well today. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this stream, please remember to show it on YouTube. It means a lot. And maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already. Next live stream, as I mentioned earlier, will be Sunday. Same time, so 8 p.m. Central European Summertime. So look out for that. We'll try a Sunday stream, see how it goes. And of course, Monday and Wednesday next week as well. Miko says, yes, storytelling is more, my storytelling is more like movies and stuff. I can't do actual descriptions. Well, something to work on, something to train on. If you know that you can't do the description, maybe you should force yourself to do them a little bit to get better. And with that advice, it is time for me to say goodbye, guys. I'll see you hopefully Sunday. And remember, we write our own stories. All right, bye.